Well, we have another one of the same days, almost identical to yesterday. Nearly the same. Where's the fucking magic box go? Huh. Wait a minute. There it is. Magic box 3. Oh. Well, good morning. I am standing here goofing around and not paying attention. It's been 1 minute into the stream. Excuse me. It's 8:01 Central Standard Time, the 13th of August, 2026. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I only trade live, real time, on Bookmap, and I only trade live on stream. I don't take trades off the live stream. I trade structurally vetted setups, which I've done the homework for, and I develop those setups and do the homework and the statistics here on IRT. Now, having said that about the trading, the purpose of the stream here is not for financial or trade advice. You can lose more money than you invest, and it's not suitable for everybody. There's a disclaimer in the description, so please read that. But what good would a trading journal be if I didn't capture the trades? So I don't know. That's the point. The idea here is that everything that I see on my two primary monitors is captured in the video, and then my narration provides the insight as to what I was thinking at that moment, and that wraps up the complete recording, and it's a much more detailed and accurate journal than I could ever hope to do by screen snapping and typing and all those things. So it's and the fact that I stream it to YouTube is for accountability and transparency. So there's that. Now let's move on to the first order of business, which are the numbers for this morning, and they're already out. It was PPI and where am I here? I'm on the right screen. It was PPI and initial jobless claims, and they're already out, and there they are. Now, this is investing.com. It's my old go-to news source. They only track traditional economic events and numbers. You're not going to see press conference or Trump's going to give a speech somewhere or something like that. Those are valid and they can affect the market. But this particular site doesn't track those. And I like it for its clean, ability here to screen snap and put into Discord or wherever else. You can filter this to anywhere you want to be in the world, and any kind of report you're interested in. If you live in KL, Kuala Lumpur, and you want to track the Nikkei, you can do that, no problem. It's free also. That's why there's ads floating around every place. And I do that on purpose so that anybody that comes by the stream can have, use the same tools. What good would it do if I had a Bloomberg terminal? It'd be handy for me, but, it's 25 or, I don't know, 3,500. It's 35,000 a year, I think. So it's not very not very accessible by everyone. The other news source that, and we are also in earnings week. Earnings are pretty much winding down. Applied Materials today, but nothing else really. The only thing we've got left coming up will be NVIDIA. And I think that's next Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. We'll look and see later. The other tool that I use for news is Financial Juice. And I do it for similar, basically opposite reasons to investing.com. They do have a calendar and they have the live Squawk Box. If they get advanced knowledge, they will pull non-traditional revenue events into their calendar. And I appreciate that because in today's world, we need to be basically risk managers in today's trading world. And so I appreciate it when they do that. It's no political comment. It's just the truth. You know, if Trump, God knows how many times in the past couple of years he just tweeted something out and the market took a dump or went zooming up to the point that Wall Street even calls them tacos and stuff like that. So it's a recognized risk. And how can you manage risk if you don't know what's coming, you know? So I appreciate it. Over here is the running Squawk Box, which is pretty handy because a lot of times nobody will pick up what's being said at a conference or press release or something like that, but it'll show up over here so you can get some idea what's going on. Okay, pre-market. I guess I'm talking all right and everything's working. Seems like it. The pre-market now is almost an exact copy of yesterday. Here's our close. Here's our open. Inventory is 100% long. I expect there's going to be responsive selling to take profit on the open just as yesterday. Okay, here. This is the RTH session yesterday. And here we are in the overnight. Now, let me see if I can do this. Just stand by 1 second. All right, sorry about that. So what I was going to point out was, see if I can do that. There was the overnight There we, wow, come on. Here was yesterday, right? There was the close, there was the open. We traded them up, and then we opened, and down we came the entire day, and a balanced profile. And now here we are again. So would I be surprised to see that happen again? No, not at all. Now, this is IRT. Let me see if everything's working here. This is IRT. It's my older charting platform. You can see the in the header up here of any of the charts, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session, so you can always know what you're looking at. Just get this opened up here so it doesn't screw up. This is the micro column, a micro tab, and these are the minis. So this is the micro ES NQ, the micro ES high time frame or micro composite chart, and this is the market profile, and it is just always the ES. It's not the micro. But I do change the session from full session to RTH session, so I'll do that. This is the high time frame chart, and this is a real important place to start every day, I think. Now, as I said, every instrument is micro. It's a 1 day chart, bars, and it's a daily session. So what have we got? Every one of these is a full RTH trading session. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile. That gives me the micro composite POC high and low volume nodes represented by these red and green lines, etc. Now, the high and low volume nodes the values are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices. Now, let me just look at something. Yesterday and the day before, we've had terribly low volume. Oh, Jesus, it's gone down every day. It was 60, then it was 50, and now it's in the 40s. This is a very, very dangerous environment, and I need to be trading, but that is highly conducive to an illiquid market. A lot of random, jumping and pushing, and so easy for a high time frame to shove the market around now. So that's really something to be careful about. Anyway, here's the micro composite POC. As I said, the session prices and the high and low volume nodes push to IRT or to Bookmap. And this is Bookmap. So this is the micro composite column, columns from right to left, micro composite column where I enter this stuff manually. And these are the high and low volume nodes, the next one. This is the micro composite, this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. And this is the RTH volume profile and delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. The statistics session based on the statistical open for the day, which we'll determine here in a minute. These are the session prices pushed from IRT. And this is the full level 2 book, ask and bid. The session prices, there you go. Keep it simple, stupid is my principle and my guiding light, and I do not vary from that. So there's no indicators on my IRT or my Bookmap. There's only price. You'll see this blue line over here, and this column right here is the inside market. This is right here, right now, live. So the first print of every session, I put this blue vertical line. I refer to it as Blue Boy. It's just a blue line. That's all. Vertical line. So when I can glance left and see this, and I know this is the live market, there can be no doubt in my mind what the context for the session has been so far, just like yesterday. Now there is a POC for the full session and for the RTH full session and for the RTH session, and the POC is simply the point of control. What that really means is it is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Do you see that? So there's 77.68 quarter. We traded 1,997 contracts. See this little part right there? The very split microsecond that one of these other levels trades 1,998, this line will move. That's all there is to it. Now, here we have the IB high and the IB low. You'll see that we were contained yesterday pretty much. And the overnight was contained within the IB from yesterday, which is pretty miraculous. Now, the IB high and IB low are nothing more complicated than just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. This is a VWAP, Globex, RTH, and a mid. That's it for lines. These reference levels over here, push from Bookmap, they are my trading references depending on which strategy I'm looking at. I'm going to check something here. It says the chat's all goofy. Let's check. Wow, that took forever. It's working, but it took forever. Big delay. Okay, so let's get on with the statistics, which is the next important thing to do, in my opinion. And it's real simple. There's only two criteria for the statistics open. And if we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, we know the close is way down below us. So it's higher than the close. How would it compare to yesterday's range? Well, it's within range. So it's higher in range, just as it was yesterday. If it were different, I would change the title like this. And my process to change that and make it current every day is so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I know exactly what the open type was. I can now get rid of these statistics because they're from yesterday. And we'll pick out the new ones today. And they are from the session statistics. So here we are, higher in range, same like yesterday. IRT will highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30. So, this is from yesterday. The system looks back at the most recent 1,849 trading days, and of these trading days, we opened higher in range 578 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.6 times. And notice yesterday we did not revisit that POC. You can tell, you notice the text on some is blue and some is black. When a level has been revisited, IRT changes the color from black to blue. So 80.6% of the time. So here's the overnight volume point of control. And that is 80.6. And that's all there is to it. So I'm just now going to go down the list. Overnight high is 74.7. They're going to do the same freaking thing they did yesterday, which is just tease around up here at the top. Whether it's in range, out of range, I would expect exactly the same trading that we're going to have today as we have yesterday, and it's irritating. And I need to do some stuff before the open because this is Thursday, so I want to do the magic box. What else do we have real quickly here? Overnight mid 74.4. And I will keep going here. Where's the IB high? IB high 67.6. That's up here behind the previous day's high. Previous high. Let's look at that. Where'd the IB low go? There we are, 59.5. IB low right here. And that's need to put those initials there because the minute we open, this flag is going to jump up below price. That's important. Previous POC is 66.3. And that's not in the right spot. God. Damn. I'm having all kinds of issues here this morning. I need to do something now called the TLab snap. And then I'll be right back, I promise. And I got to open the chart. Okay. Okie dokie. Now, the TLab snap is a thing called, well, first of all, the TLab is a place, is a bookmap Discord chat room. And it was started by a fellow named Tom B. And he, is been trading for like 48 years or something. And he's a pretty good guy, seems like. So every day at about 8:20, I put this snap in there. And around 6 in the morning, I put a snap of the news reports for the coming up day. Just to kind of, add a little support because I was active in there quite a bit once upon a time. And the stream kind of grew out of a suggestion by Tom to focus on my market rather than yucking it up in a Discord room. So that's what I try to do. Now, try to get some more of these stats real quick while I'm talking here. And the TLab is not, you're never solicited for anything in there, but it is not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room. It's trading based conversation and some good ideas. But there you go. TLab, bookmap Discord chat room. 59.9. I think I'm going to be real cautious this morning because I'm pretty sure I know what's going to happen, as it did yesterday. Overnight mid. That's moved up because the overnight high has moved up to within one tick of our. Now, I'm going to be so disappointed if they go up here and break this out before we open, because that will mean then it's higher out of range. So I'm going to kind of back off doing this at the moment. Overnight low is 48.1. We can do that, I think. Boom. Previous low. Where'd that go? Right there, 34.3. Okay. And the previous close is this little guy hiding right in there. So previous close is somewhere 68.5. Whoa, that's a little dramatic. Oh, come on. There we go, 68.5. Now, kind of dramatic there, huh? So, okay, value area low. Let's look at that one. That's boop, 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 55.2. I'm going to stop right there because I don't have any faith in the fact that they're going to not run it up through there. Oh, they're coming off. Okay. Let's get back to the business at hand now then, which is to be able to trade with Bookmap. And that's pretty important. I think you'll agree. So we need to activate the trade control panel with this padlock right here and select an account. And then we can close that again and we get our real estate back. And we get we have these metrics up above. We get a cancel and a close all button. Now, the next thing I need to do is mosey over here quickly and make sure I'm on the right statistics, which I'm not. So we're going lucid today and make sure I've got multi brackets, and this is a box, and make sure I've got multi account. And I do, and there we go, and close. Okay. Now, when we look at this again, you'll see that there's two contracts down here. So if I make a trade today, it's going to, wait a second here. That's two contracts. Well, that's not correct. It's supposed to be three. What the hell's going on? Oh, you see this? It's supposed to be the MB3, and it's the MB2. So I am going to push this up to 3, and this to 2. And save and close and make sure that's correct. Yeah, okay. Now, in this case, for the magic trade, this is going to take some pretty crazy stuff here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to activate the bars, candlestick. Where'd you go here? And 30 seconds. Okay. And I'm going to shut off the last price because I can't see anything with that going on. There. Now, I'm going to widen this out to 30-second chart. We got 2 minutes, so the idea here is I'm going to put it, this is essentially nothing more complicated than an opening range breakout trade. But the opening range is specified to 30 seconds. This is something that was developed and suggested and is traded by a stream colleague here. Gee whiz, look at this thing get out here. Okay, there's 30 seconds. Boom-bitty, boom-bitty. Now we've got a minute to wait. So all I'm going to do is watch this trade. I'm going to watch the previous high. I'm going to watch the overnight high. This is open from yesterday. This cannot be real because it hasn't opened yet. And but this is a really good point. There's where we opened yesterday. And there's the previous high. So I'm going to watch this and see what we get. And all you do is you enter a trade above, put an order above and an order below and see what the hell happens. Now we've got about 30 seconds here, it looks like. Yep. So I have everything in place, I hope. Here's the open coming up. We'll see how fast and furious it goes. And if it's crazy, I'll stand by. Boom. So there we go. Now here is the first 30-second print. Open it almost identical. Because here's the open, right? 14 seconds. Pretty wide. Pretty darn wide. And it crashed IRT again. Huh. That is really, really sucks. I'm going to cancel these orders because this is taking way too long to move. Okay. That was not going to pay out, in my opinion. And IRT has crashed because of that order. That's something that I've got to figure out what the hell it's doing, how it's doing that, why it's doing that. And you notice we have not accomplished anything yet. Well, that's not any good. What have we got up here? Where are we? 94. So that's basically 10 handles wide on the first 30. That's incredible. 10 handles on the first 30-second candle. And we're still trading inside of it. So I'm going to now restart IRT. And I got to send those guys a message or something about what the hell. I've got this on the correct. I have it on the correct session and everything else. It's really bad news. Anyway, so here that's move on now from the from this one to the normal trading configuration, which is back to book map and looking for the initial balance. Well, yeah. Now I'm going to leave the candles on here. So, okay, this would have, now we would be in a long. Okay. So is it going to resolve much higher? I don't know. That's what I would guess is not a good idea. And I'll tell you why. My gut feeling was to cancel that because I think we're going to test higher and then we're going to have responsive selling. Remember what I said earlier in the pre-market? And that's what I think is going to happen. So got IRT back up over here. I'm going to now change the context of these. I'm going to change these to RTH session because that's what I need. So here's the RTH close. And there's our open. Big gap up and outside bar. No, not an outside bar. But we're moving up. So that looking for this 8,000, I guess. So I should have left my trade on and I would have been in the money now. 4 handles. So I'm my own worst enemy. That's what happens when you have a what you trade what you think instead of what you see. Had I left them alone, it would have taken the long entry there and no heat and up here towards this 7,800, which is, I think, a GEX level. There you go. So, my own worst enemy, 6 handles. Wow, that is disappointing. That is disappointing. I'm going to have to quit doing this. Well, there's more than 10 handles now so far without any heat. And I thought I was going to be clever and knew better. What you get. Jesus. Truly, truly stupid. Bad decision. Hey, Anton, good morning. No, just a big delay on the chat. I don't know. IRT falls over, and whenever I put an order on, and I put the magic box on, nothing happened for all of these seconds, and I thought I knew better than the market, right? So I took off the orders, and then we came up through, and there's the entry, and there we go. Yeah, I'm my own worst enemy. This has got to stop. I've got to stop. Anyway, so there it is, and still rocking. So I'm sure Magic is dancing all over the place, and this is Thursday, so it was valid. Why that today when almost a dead ringer of yesterday, overnight and RTH, and now we have VPOC migration, and so yeah, let's go to the moon, Alice. What a drag. I am so disappointed. And I even had the trades on. I just didn't let them play out because what I was exactly afraid of or pre-thought I knew better. We're going to do this thing and tag it in and then take off down to the bottom to close that for the responsive selling, which generally happens and which happened yesterday and which I was expecting would happen today. So I didn't trade what I saw. I trade what I thought. And as a result, I'm not participating and approaching 20 handles here from the entry, which was there at 94. Now 10 handles, 12 handles again. Oh boy, that was pretty stupid. Wow. You're right. I did check out that video on my computer. It's Tanuki Trading is the name of the GEX thing that guy uses, and it's right there. Whoop. This is it, Tanuki Trade, and it does these kind of things. Now, there's a free thing you can use to see what it looks like, which I, of course, downloaded and tried, but it only works on a couple of stocks, not our futures or anything. You can just look at it on a couple of stock things, which I didn't do. So I've still got my GEX levels and stuff going on for here, but that thing is this one. Let's let's see here. Turn this one off. Turn this one on. And then you have to go to a stock of some variety, and like Apple, for example. And it'll be, this is what it looks like, apparently. And it's about a $50 a month subscription. You know, it's a subscription thing, so it's $50-$60 a month or whatever. That's it in a nutshell. But you were right there. I had missed the name, and trying to read that on my phone didn't work at all. So, yeah. There we have it. And this update right here is goofy. Do not click that if you happen to be using this thing, because it removes this indicator completely, and it's some thing that doesn't work that says it's a cumulative delta. So somehow it's gotten corrupt, or I don't know what happens in TradingView, but anyway, there you are. So the call wall is at, oh wait. The wrong thing. Okay, let's get back over here. There we go. Okay. Man, I'm disappointed about that trade this morning. Son of a gun. I don't know how I could possibly have done that. I guess just, fear of taking a stop and thinking I knew better. Man, Magic's going to disown me. Magic's going to disown me. So here we are. Wow, that's just amazing. There was the trade. There's no heat. There was the entry. I guess there would have been a little heat here. And then up she goes to 12, no, what is it? 84, isn't it? 94 to, yeah, about 14, 15 handles. Almost, yeah, 15 handles exactly in the money. So there you go. And what do we got here? Those are the same. Yeah, those are the same as they were this morning. Okay. Well, that's a bummer, but hey, it's over with now. Screen snap quickly. And now get back to normal stuff. Well, is this thing working? What have we got going on now? Let me see here. The only technical issue I've got is between my ears today. My goodness, that is disappointing. Son of a gun. Boy, did I think I was going to be clever there. And was not even close. That's because I had a preconceived idea that we were going to trade as yesterday and have some responsive selling off the open. What an idiot. Truly disappointing. Oh well. As you know, we had a PPI and initial jobless claims out today. And they're still going. They're still heading for the 20 now. Jesus Christopher Christ. I truly blew that out my kazoo. There's another 15 handles. Yeah, man. Okay. Man, I'm disappointed. Heading for the all-time high again. Of course, let's go. Why not? It's wonderful. VWAP, VP is turning working very well. Yeah, pretty close, yeah. Yeah, when they work, they work, I guess. And it's in the direction, I think probably more importantly, it's in the direction of the trend and the direction of trade. So that is a bearing for sure. God, I'm just standing here sick to my stomach, actually. Man, that is really disappointing. Well, we're about at that IB30 zone. I'm observing my trade policy of mega tilt, so I'm going to just stand here and figure out what to do next. I am just in shock that I did that. Man. My God, look at that. 94 to 15. 20 handles. Amazing how such a minute, millisecond lapse of thinking or fear or monkey boy or whatever the hell can have such a huge impact. And compared to the look at the for the sake of the stream here in my journal, the compare the impact of the two results. Had I stayed here with my monk back box on, and it in fact did what I was afraid of, which was come up here and get in the trade and then come down and take the stop, it would have been 20 ticks to 40 ticks. Instead, it's been, 80 points or 80 ticks. So 80 times 3, so 240. Jesus Christ. Hi, Panda. Yeah, Dad's a dummy. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, what's up? All-time highs. Look at there. Aren't they excited? I guess it's all-time highs. That's what I've got in from my micro composite over here. I'm assuming that's correct. This was the ATH, which they blew through and put in a new one up here. from back on whatever, the 5th. Yep. And here we are. Aren't they happy? No. I don't see any text from you or whatever you call it. Post from you about a GEX platform today. Let's see here. No. Nope, don't see it. Tom's trade worked out. 78.20 ATH and 719 is previous week value area high, and no, I don't see any text there from you. I see this son of a gun just keep going up, and I keep looking over here at this entry that I had waiting that resting order, and I am just sick to my stomach, actually. Third post today, huh? Well, I have more technical problems. We have a swing low at 77.85. Tom's view, your third post today on my thing here, well, is that we have a swing low at 77.85, swing high. We replaced exactly 38% ounce shallow. Retracement signifies strong trend. That's not GEX. That's 38% is a Fibonacci, isn't it? I mean, that's the third one I see. The first one was good morning. Good morning, more technical problems. And the third one, we have swing low at 77.85 and whatever else. Yeah, it beats the shit out of me, dude. Nothing's working right, I guess. I'm gonna get my other computer fired up and start looking for a job. This is ridiculous. I'm so disappointed. I don't know what to do. Frankly speaking. Yeah, I don't know either. There was a thing earlier on the chat why I posted that long delay on this chat check up there at the top is it said chat disconnected, reconnected now. Sometimes it does that on OBS. It doesn't ever do that on the stream, but it did that on OBS. Oh, yeah. Man, I am just sick to my stomach. I have no idea. I think it's a miracle that all this crap works, and it's all free anyway. So, you know, I'm shocked. OBS, YouTube, all of that's free. You know, I mean, the stuff that costs is the internet and the gear you got to get to do it and stuff like that. But as far as the software goes, it's all free. It's amazing. Look at this shit, man. I cannot believe it. Unreal. Unreal. And I was afraid they were gonna one tick me in and then go against me for I was all worried about a 20 tick stop. Jesus Christ. Well, after my, I think it was yesterday, we had a conversation with you and Magic, I think, about just letting them come back in your face. You know, I was thinking, no, I'm not going to let that. I'm not going to get one ticked in and get stopped. I'm in a position for the next leg down. And then here we are. And I, of course, didn't chase it, which is just, I don't think it pays off in the long run, but today would have been a great payoff. I don't know whether you can copy and repaste something or not. I suppose you can. And there's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is read it. Let me see something else. No, I was looking to see if the chat was on OBS and hadn't made its way across to YouTube somehow or another, but no. The third post is the one about the Fibonacci's. But anyway, that's the name of that one. And there's also besides the trading view thing, you can, if you pay for them, you get there's a web app. You don't have to use any other stuff and whatnot, according to what I read about it. But you can see all about it. The last post before this one says, not sure why, 904. You have two of them at that same time. There's my third post today, you don't have it. And then the last one above this one was not sure why. And that was at 9:04 a.m. according to the time clock on the stream itself. And I'm monitoring the stream on this upper machine on a different computer and a different, just like you're looking at it. I see the stuff come through just like you do. That's why when I type up there, which I'll do right now, it's different. It's different. It's not Boomer RNT. It's the login of the YouTube. That's why it shows differently. And there's no dropped frames or anything else as far as OBS is concerned, so I have no idea. Well, Trump and company must feel pretty good that they've got the economy whipped into shape, and the Bacentas must be happy. New all-time highs and ripping. Good for them. Maybe it's got something to do with, maybe there's some sort of, I don't know. I have never put any filtering or any kind of crap. I don't know anything about that. I don't think there's any filter about, on YouTube that I know about. You know what I mean? Like swearing or some sort of the wrong word or something, like Discord, that stupid thing at Discord when you try to type something and it says it, I forget what it's called, M66 or whatever the hell it is, or the TLab or wherever. I don't know of anything like that. So anyway, yeah. Sorry. Thanks for the effort, but I'm gonna quit this shit anyway and just go do something else. If I can't do this now, I'm not gonna ever. I gotta quit and do something else. By the end of the month, it's not happening, then I'm done. That's all I can do. Pretty disappointing too, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, me either. I don't know either. I don't know either. There's got to be something in that post that's a character or something that YouTube is grabbing, blocking or whatever else. For whatever reason, obviously, I don't know, but that's all that's the first thought that pops in my mind. I don't know what else it could be. What was it? There's some that 666 thing in the TLab that I forget. It was something really stupid, some stupid word like I forget what the, you know, that everybody uses in trading, and it would block it every time. That language is not permitted in here or something like that. And it was, and then I found out, or we found out, or somebody did, that if you just run all the words together, it doesn't know to block that stuff because it doesn't be able to parse out what it is. Or at least that's the way the Discord thing worked. I forget what it's called, that M something or another 66. I have no clue. I suppose something like that's going on in YouTube, but I don't know what it is or why. I have certainly never done anything to set that up. Any kind of filtering or any of that. I wouldn't even know how to go about doing it, to be honest with you. So I don't know. That's pretty weird, though. I mean, I would like to find out why, because that's happened to us more than once, you know. And not that it's probably going to make any difference, but yeah, it's not good. You know, there's things like that. I've never turned on anything, but there's stuff like spam, you know what I mean? To prevent people from spamming or doing stuff. Let's see. Participants, timestamps, reaction, pop out chat, send feedback. That's what I see there. And OBS has no thing to do that. Maybe it would be something in on the YouTube studio itself. I don't know. That's pretty weird, though. Actually, I don't like that. Not that it really matters anymore, because it probably won't be going on much longer, but it is disappointing. Look at that. God almighty. These are the kind of days that make your month. Could, if you're not an idiot. Okay, yeah, no problem. Or just just remove all the space between the words. That I realize that's, you know, a pain in the butt. That used to work over on the TLab. I remember when you would try. Well, I forget what it was we would say. Something about, it was something about loss or something like that, and it deemed it to be sexual content or some goddamn thing. I don't remember now. And somebody figured out if you just run all the words together, it worked without any problem. If you decide to get Gex platform, I just got in quotes. Go with Mentor Q, okay? I can't imagine if that's the sum and substance of your text before, only not in quotes and broken up. I can't imagine why in the freaking world that would not be, that would be blocked somehow. Or, you know, or spot gamma I got. Don't get BS platform. Okay. Look at him go. Jeez, still bounced off the. According to IRT, the POC is migrated up here to 78.26 quarter-ish, but Bookmap is still lounging about down at 06. So yeah. Yeah, if those words were in your text, I can't possibly imagine why that would, you know, I have no clue. But I see all of that. If you decide to get a GEX platform, go with Mentor Q or Spot Gamma. Don't get a BS platform. Those are the 3 or 4 sentences that I read in rapid order there. 19, 20, 20, and then 21 time 9, 20. Yeah, well, that was the thing on that used to be so irritating on, I think it was the TLab. Maybe it was another Discord place. I'm pretty sure it was the TLab. And it's like you type something just completely normal, like I got stopped out or something, and it would go, sorry, that language is prevented here. And then somebody figured out first, or somebody figured out if you just run all the words together, it worked fine. I don't remember the words anymore. It's been so long, a couple of years or so. But yeah, it's completely stupid. And why in the world would that be, any of those things up there be blocked? Of course, you know, of course not. Look at us go. Jesus. Man. These are the kind of mistakes or problems that then can feed into revenge trading and chasing and all that stuff, which I'm not going to do, but you know, it's really disappointing. There was the order, and I took it off, fearing that it would one tick and I'd get stopped. Which is a stop, by the way, is between these levels. It's not at the other side. And here's what I'm missing out on. Wow. I'm going to try typing that exact same thing on the upper machine as if I'm somebody else, and see if you see it. Now it'll take me a minute to get keyboard switched around here and stuff. I always start typing on the wrong one. I just typed in and it shows up on the stream up above. Now I don't know about punctuation and stuff, but I got no flipping clue, dude. Other than, you know, I guess the same person that doesn't want me to be a trader is messing with the stream too, I guess. The same spirit. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I got it. Me too. I don't see either. And all these crazy YouTube. No, I don't want it. That's probably the reason right there. There you go. Emojicons or whatever they are. Yeah, I don't know. But thanks. I appreciate it. I won't be doing that anytime soon. So I'm not. And here we come to the IB set here pretty quick. So what is that? Well, for the sake of the stream, the initial balance is the highest probable statistic of the day. Oh, something I meant to point out early in the stream. Forget about this for a second. Well, let me just do the IB real quick. And that is 98%, 97.1, 98.1, 97.1. It's the highest probability to achieve in any of the statistical open type day types. And all it says is that at some point between 0930 Central Standard Time and 1600, price is going to revisit this level, one of these two levels at some point. That's the initial balance statistic. Of course, there's a whole lot of stuff baked around that, but this is what I wanted to show you, Anton. If it's the same, let's see if it's picked up. No, 45% volume. 45%. It's gone down every day for the last 3 days. It was in the 60s, 50s, and now it's 45%. And still 2.5 points wide on a 1 minute candle ATR. So be real, I mean, that's why we're doing this, is because nobody's participating. So it's easy for somebody to shove this thing around. And I'm, that doesn't change the fact that I'm an idiot and, blew it completely, wussed out and blew it. But that's why this kind of reaction's happening, I'm sure of it. Oh, that's cool. As I told you, I first saw that guy streaming and with that Anna Marie, I don't know, a year or more ago. Very definitely more than a year ago. And I didn't get the GEX part of it at that point because they were talking about implied, expected move and that stuff. Implied volatility and expected move. Huh. Wow. So we're in the IB. It is live, and so what? You know, it's now, the IB is now 85.37, so it's 50 handles wide, more or less. And it's not going to be anything there for me. Way above the Gex flip. Definitely short gamma. Positive gamma regime. Plus 88 points. This is supposed to be where the dealers are selling the underlying to prevent this thing from running away. But that doesn't seem like that's working out like they had it planned. Or like, you know, the tech says it's supposed to happen. 51 handles. And the high has already been broken. So the IB is already in the bag. Are we going to retrace to the 25 and then continue on? Who knows? Who knows? Well, that's kind of the whole theory, isn't it? And I never draw support and resistance lines, but yeah, I think that's kind of the whole theory, is that that's what all this stuff is, mid and that HEV and the Gex flip and max pain and all that stuff. I think so. And I suppose there's all this stuff in the middle. And that's the whole part about it that interested me when I first heard about it, is like, well, okay, that makes sense. This is a large player hedging his position, and he has to do that because they cannot be directional. They've got to be delta neutral by their mandate as a broker, as a market maker. So the story goes. I have no clue whether that's really the truth or not, but I think so. Oh boy. Okay, what's going on now? We get short now, or did? Well. What am I doing? I don't even know. Okay. Looking at the wrong screen, I guess. We concentrated at 0 DTE levels, but longer date options are there in the area. Okay. Well, that whatever that thing was, I told you the name of that one that kid uses. New key. I'm sorry. pretty in depth. You can pick what expirations you want to look at and all kind of stuff like that. Yeah. I don't know. Are these 0 DTE levels? These GEX flips? Ones? I don't know. I have to look at the text on this thing. This thing. While they're at finally migrated up. Finally. The POC on the micro, yes. On. Historical levels indicator. You know what I don't see, or where are my probabilities here? They're supposed to be inside of here somewhere. Hell, they go. Let me get back to this. Boy. Yeah, IRT also. Forever ago. But not so. Jesus, 31-second lag on IRT still. Good Christ. I'm going to kill it. Knock it in the head. I'm going to knock it in the head, baby. So over this shit. Okay. Well, I don't know what historical would do. What I'd be interested in is what the market makers are needing to do with the gamma regime. I don't know that. Why would historical levels matter? They're historical. Isn't the whole now, this is what I understood about GEX. The whole theory was that depending on what side of the, what regime you're in, i.e. which side of the flex level or the flip level you're on, the market makers in the course of the trading day now, not yesterday, need to be doing either, selling the rips and buying the dips if you're positive, and the other way around, if you're negative, they need to be selling the dips and buying the rips to balance or hedge their positions with the underlying. That's how I understood it. And that's probably wrong, but that's how I understood it. So I don't understand why historical something would any more than looking at an indicator that's, okay, that happened then, this is now kind of thing. Is that the idea? Okay. Now, can I get this working? Let's see. And I probably have it completely backwards, That's entirely possible. Okay, I'll do that. There we go. Well. That Robbins Cup thing that kid won, that IQ Trader thing was, it's a one-day event. I thought that Robbins Cup thing lasted a long time, or at least that's what I Googled to see if that was even a thing. But yes, there is a thing for micros, but it says one day, so maybe I misread it. I was tired. Well, we're pulling back to the 25 now. What are we going to do? Am I going to get long and trade the IB breakout? The IB thing? We've had a VPOC migration. My whole problem about today is like, well, this has just been irrational exuberance, and so pretty quick they got everybody long. They're going to jerk the rug out from under them. But then we all know that my decision process was pretty flawed early on. I want to be sure I'm not got any, revengey monkey boy kind of thing going on between my ears here before I would put on a trade. And Square Dance with the POC. Are you white? Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else I was doing over here. Let me make sure I've got RT restarted and no lags and okay. There's a whole bunch of stuff when I listened to that thing about that kid yesterday, I started looking around at what kind of options I have for candles. You were talking about the ATH as a volume candle, which I couldn't really find actually. I did see some pretty cool candles looking at, and it was a thing that I had gotten an email. They had some security issue, so everybody needed to reset their password, or maybe just for the free people, I don't know. That's why I wasn't able to log on yesterday. What was I doing? Oh yeah, it was over here. So this is what IRT can do. These are various different kinds of, this is one of the the RTX thing. So this is a full volume per candle, and or colored by delta. The POC is obviously the highest. There's a way to mark it, I think, but is obviously the highest volume. So this was, I was just looking at this, trying to figure out some of those things we were talking about yesterday. Go away, man. Volume scope. Rope-a-dope. The colors I just put on there, the same as I have on Bookmap, is whatever, you know. A lot of different crap goes on over there. Let's get back to reality here. Let's see if this is doing what it's supposed to do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see what I mean? The dumperama. 20 handle, 17.5 handle. Okay. See Magic log in. I'm gonna run and hide under the bed. I'm embarrassed to tell him what I did. He's gonna never speak to me again, probably. I may never speak to me again. You never know. I'm considering that. Okay. You figured out a difference between spot gamma and Mentor Q? I've been talking about spot gamma for a couple of years around the TLab and places. I think it was Furs that was first brought that up. I guess the IB failure was a trade, huh? The trade was the first one was the magic box. So the theory, if we agree, I guess everyone agrees that the theory about the GEX thing, the market maker behavior, is that as above the flip, which is positive regime, as price goes up, market makers have to sell the underlying to hedge. And that's what has a dampening effect, and it's why oftentimes in that environment it's a rotational day, breakouts fail, etc. And we're now trading around the mid, right? So we're way in the hell above the flip. But at what point, so how many points do they go before they start doing that? Or maybe is it every day? Or I would think it's continual, wouldn't it? Because their mandate says they can't be directional and they need to be delta neutral. Or is that all wrong? Previous, yeah, exactly. And there it is right here. This is the RTH all-time high, and here's the ETH. So of course they had to, they could never let that stand. So they jumped up here and put this one in the next session. And yeah, there we are. Absolutely. And if they keep dumping it, there's going to be a big selling tail. And here's where delta. Okay. So here's the delta. Buy. No selling. There's some selling. Looks to me like from right here down has been selling. So that takes us to here. I guess how this would work is these would be cumulative. So this buying that happened over here would have an effect on this selling that's happening here, I guess. And notice that the developing value area high is at the freaking high print of the day. Absolutely no premium above. Premium a discount. That kid also uses the Chris kid also was talking about Fibonacci's to do something. I forget what he said. He uses that to determine whether it's in a what he wants to have happen before he would buy. For example, is he wants to have price in the what he calls a discount, which is below the value, and he wants it to be in that zone somewhere between the 78 below 88.6 or whatever that one is. You know me and Fibonacci's. Let me see what this is. I did that magic story again with the AI thing. So here's the AI thing that I captured and then broke it out completely. And where is his thing about the zones and the Fibonacci? I knew you would like that. Where were those? This thing about the 400% light up on the footprint chart, I haven't thought about that yet. Where is that? Here you go. 88.6 serves as the ultimate line in the sand. Yeah, I suppose the other side would flip for. So he believes that the discount, the price has got to be within the 70.5, 78, and above the 88.6. And when in his text, he also mentioned that it was the outside the value area. What's going on over here? Trump's been surprisingly quiet, or else I've just been lucky and not been bumping into him. This thing, they're going to keep jerking these guys around, and then it's going to blow up to a complete regional war. I mean, everybody's going to be involved. Somebody find. Did you see the thing about Trump being whisked away from the Air Force One in a catering truck to be put on another jet to leave Turkey, and he left Bessent and Marco Rubio, everybody on Air Force One, and that threat was, guess who reported the possibility that was a Iranian threat? Israel. So now even Turkey has come out and said they don't believe there was ever a threat ever, that it was a ploy on Israel's part to disrupt the peace talks and stuff, which doesn't sound that far. Doesn't sound, as a matter of fact, when I heard about it originally, I told my wife, I said, I'll bet it was Israel that came up with that intelligence, and sure as hell it was. Because I'm suspicious about them. I think they don't have a lot of lines in the sand when it comes to trying to accomplish what they want. Yeah, I don't know anything about any of that. Smart money concepts. Is that ICT guy? No, that was Inner Circle Trader or whatever it stands for. Yeah. Anyway, don't know. I don't know about the fib thing. I don't know how maybe I can look. I thought the levels were set. I didn't think you could use different ones. Let's see if I can screw this up somehow. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think this is the Fibonacci thing. No, we don't want you to do that. 36-second lag already. I think this is way too much trouble here for these bars. I think I was suspicious of that last night when I was looking at this. Instantly jump up to it. This is 35-second lag. So it makes it unusable, right? If I've already clicked that, now I just stand here and wait till that happens. Yeah, I thought these were kind of what the levels are. I guess you can probably change them to something, I suppose. What the hell was that? Well. I thought they were set in stone. I guess you can put whatever you want over here. But I thought these levels were what there's, you know, I don't think you can, yeah, you can edit them, I guess. I was thinking that they were. What the hell good are they if you just can change the, I mean, that's ridiculous. If you can just change this to anything you want. I want this to be, you know, 31.3. Is that possible? That's stupid. Because then it's just any percentage that I want to make up. Wow. I mean, that didn't make sense to me, but that's how it works over here, apparently. Yeah, I thought they were fixed, you know, based on this mathematical principle from Fibonacci. I didn't realize you could just make them whatever you want. Tired of that. Mm-hmm. A 120 seconds. Oh, yeah. That's working out great. I can tell you what I'm going to do right over here now. Okay, enough of that fooling around. I thought the Fibonacci sequence was like pi, you know, it's a mathematical fact. I didn't realize you could just make up whatever you want. No wonder they fit everywhere. Well, the rug pull proceeds. Back to the 50 in the mid. I didn't have anything to do with Edgeful this morning, but here we are. Well, I hope you're making money every which way but loose here today, Anton. I imagine that you are. Well, if you look at that freaking NQ, whoa. Let's see now, where in the hell are we? I better get up to speed with something over here. Oh, an interesting thing. I know you're familiar with Patrick Boyle. I think we've talked about it before. But when I first bumped into his channel, he had like 1,000 subscribers. And then, if that many. And apparently he'd been going a while. Then all of a sudden he had an interview or a was on or commented about trading, actually, on CoffeeZilla. And the next day or something, and he joked about this, the next day he had like 10,000 subscriptions. He's got over 1 million subscriptions now, and I happened to be listening to this last thing about Leopold that he had released, and while I was standing there watching it, the views went from 60,000 to 140,000 in the space of while I was standing there watching that video. Any idea how much money that guy's making? See, good for him, because I mean, he works hard, he's funny, good for him, but boy, it's got to be staggering. That little ticker was just flinging around, you know? It was amazing. Okay. And you're talking Eastern Standard, so you're doing those trades in the pre-market. Good for you. Yeah, I don't have any vetted setups in the pre-market stuff, really. That's a problem, I guess. I don't know what Rod and company are doing over there. I've been trying to, I've kind of got away from going there. I try to remember to go there and say hi now and then. Somebody asked me a question a while ago and I didn't respond over there, and they're asking me about volume. Oh, now it's up to 63%. What? Where'd Boomer go? Where did that go? Okay, go. Snappy, snappy. Oh. Right. Here we go. Here we are. There we are. I'm a dummy. Running dummy. Man, I guess I'm a little bit over the shock there and the pain, but man, oh man. I got to think long and hard about what I'm going to do. I think I'll put a date on the end of the month. And then that'll be showtime or go time. And it's so reasonably, it seems so reasonable in my mind, you know. Maybe that's called delusion. Well, look at that. Look at that entry right there. Oh, I think I'll take these off because I'm afraid to lose 20 ticks. And here is, somebody got the BPOC migration trade on, and that they're probably pretty happy about that. I'm sure Tom has it all figured out. What time is it? Oh, he'll be up here in another 10 minutes, so he'll be able to shed light on the story. Peter Lorre. I don't know whether you care or know or something, but I told you I was monkeying around with this AI thing, just the Google story, right? And I realized after a little playing around with it, the specificity of the questioning can make a big difference in the reply, etc. Or the whatever you call when you ask it a question, there's a word for it. I don't remember what it is. So what I've been able to do and what you can do, for example, when I did this thing here, which is the entire AI synopsized version of that video thing of the kid, the Robbins kid, and all how it breaks down all of it, what he does and all those kind of things. These are the times in the video, which you can erase, of course. But the way it works is, which is pretty cool, ask AI the question and then like, oh, well, here you go. Well, I'm on the wrong one. I couldn't get the transcript right. Just paste the URL of the video and it just pukes out the whole thing. Based on the question that I asked it to do with a video, right? And then what I had, it was on the wrong screen, but what I had, what I've done then, and then I put it in a Google Doc, and you can just take each one of the titles and call it a heading and do that. And I've done that. Now that's just the video of the kid. I've done also a question and answer story of my own where I ask it questions based on no video or no anything else. And then I've come up with this trade plan based on what to do and all that stuff. Interesting. Something to do. Something to do. Night. When I'm tired of replays. I'm staying away from the stream at night because I think it would be seductive to try to force trades in that Asia orb trades. And based on just, for example, just having this thing, well, the other one, trade them, it's not at all a good opportunity for me. I have this thing running and it's basically exactly the same setup. So this would be Asia. And, I've gone back over a bunch of them and it's not very, there's one profit target and then, a stop. So it's oftentimes you get this thing. This is Globex right here. So it was go down like that. Then you get this story with Asia. And many times you get both IVs or orbs and it moves on. So I'm trying to stay away from, I don't think there's any opportunity there to be live streaming for. And I can get in enough trouble, I think, in the RTH. Look at today. Well, here's a perfect one. Here's a buy of the edgeful. Now these are exactly coded correctly to the edgeful strategy of the regression, not the failure. I can turn around and make them be a failure if I want to be, which is mean reversion. And obviously this would obviously be in the money. Oh shit. This is what I was talking about. These are the Asia Sessions orbs. I'm here looking at them every day, of course, but or every night. But the difference is if I stream, then I can't replay and trade the replays, you know, and test and whatever else. So maybe I'm rationalizing, but I think it's better use of time and resources to do the study and the practice rather than it is the live thing when it's not a very volatile, not a lot of, not very high probability, I don't think. And I don't suppose there's a high probability of this first T1 either. That's a problem with this when you have such a huge IB. You know, T2 is way in the frick up here. Now, if I want to cheat and say I knew that this was going to be the case, I could turn this thing around and have it be a this is the retracement. Let's have it be a failure. Yeah, well, look at there now. We got short there, and we're at T1 already, and looking at T2 down at the bottom. So there you go. And the stop is way the hell up here. Sweeping the bottoms. And stops galore down there. Look at him hit him. Wow, bang, bang, bang. 256, 397, 210, 110. Icebergs. And what are we getting over here? We're getting a big selling tail. Or buying tail, whichever the hell it is. They bought it up and they sold them back. They couldn't hold it and down they came. Ooh, look at this. What is it?
Well, I don't rush.
Got a pretty cute ass. Disregard that. Brings me in breakfast. I wonder why I'm fat. I don't wonder at all. Well, are they finally going to get around to the move I thought was going to happen a long time ago with the responsive selling? Now here comes Tom out of chute number 4. Live streaming with Tom B. Been a long 2 hours. Well, what are we doing? Well, where's Blue Boy? Look at here. I'm getting back close down there. 20 handles. Wow, nice fight today. And those opens are a point, or they're three ticks apart from the previous and today. Isn't that something? At least according to IRT. Right there. Boom, boom. And it bears out right there and right there. And actually, the day before is pretty damn close. Back at 78 we are. Oh man, come on. God damn. Back at 78 we go. And that was something. I thought. Really? Well, that's a hell of a long way from, we're not even near the Gex flip on this one. My stop is trailed up to break even. T1 is a big hit right there. T2's down here on this thing. I'm buying the right one. Oh, well, look at me. Okay. SPX, huh? Is that what you said? Yep, SPX. Well, let's see. I don't know how that could be because the Gex flip is way below here. And the put wall is way below that. Or I'm, as we all know, out there like Pluto. Yeah, there's max pain. The put wall is way down there. The put wall here is 7,600. So you're saying the put wall's at 78? Wow. This is like weighing this shit off, huh? Or something. I know. And the put wall is below the Gex flip. And the Gex flip here is at 77.5. Oh, well. Yeah, price is trading at 7,800. That's way the hell above the Gex flip. And the only thing above the Gex flip in this case is the mid and the call wall. The put wall is way down below it at 76. Another 150 points below the flip that you got there. So I'm really confused. Which is a pretty easy thing to do, actually. And that's on the SPX too, by the way. Well, I don't know. And that's this, so, you know. But if it's off 150 points, that's a pretty big deal. Okay. I'm confused. 7750 is the Gex flip I've got, so, and I don't know how to verify it without spending $300 a month, I guess. Yeah, so the Gex flip is 7750. 7800 is the mid where we are trading. And above that's the call wall. The put wall is way down in the basement somewhere. But if you've got the Gex flip somehow or another at 78, oh no, that's only 50 off. So the put wall's way below the Gex flip. So I don't understand how we're trading at the put wall, but so, you know, no big deal. No big deal. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. IRT. Gonna head down to the previous high and the open here pretty soon. You're still doing your 20-point conversion idea there. If I'm not mistaken, if you use the real Gex stuff from Mentor or the other guy, Spot Gamma, it's only the SPY and the Qs, right? Because they don't look at the futures, they only look at those options chains. Isn't that right? Or I don't know. Somebody said that, but there's so many people saying something in it. And then throw AI in the mix and it's making shit up. So what are you going to do? And there's a VPOC migration, so just short it, right? It's below the IB, it's below both VWAPs, it's below the mid. There you go. That would be just as valid an idea as anybody else has got, I suppose. Peter swears that he makes, Peter K, whatever, he swears he makes money off that all the time. Yeah, that's what you were saying. Well, I'm the other way around. I've got 7750 as the Gex flip for the ES, or the MES, not the ES. So, yeah, whatever. And who knows if it's right. I'm not doing anything with it anyway. Why? Let me see something here. Why isn't this thing? Is this behind the curve or what? $78.03. Yeah. If I have the just, what's the difference? So the Gex, I don't think it changes. Maybe that's the problem. Or not problem, but maybe that's the case. Yeah, the GEX flip on the SPY is 770. How that works. There's an anomaly. Well, anyway, let me get back to something I'm not confused about too bad. Well, we go down some more here. They're going to dojify it here pretty quick. I've never looked at the spot gamma ever, and like I said, the only time I'd heard about Mint or Q before was when I was listening to that streaming that Anna Marie chick, and one of her, I was curious who she was because I'd seen her talking about something about expected move actually, which is a big thing that options guys look at a lot. And there was a way to convert that expected move to what you thought the option or the futures were going to do. So, and in the course of one of her things that I had just plugged onto randomly, dropped in on or listened to randomly was this Mint or Q guy. But they were talking about expected move and stuff. I didn't really pick up anything to do with, put wall, call wall, and all that. Probably talked about it, I just didn't know. And also whether it was futures or not. I don't remember. It's been a long time. It's been more than a year ago. And I don't think I even listened to the whole thing. I forget her name. Anna Marie something. Name stuck out with me because that was my aunt's name. Sweep Rooney, another 374 stops got kabopped right over here. If this is all true. And I would suppose that it is. Well, I think I show. I'm sure I did. Yeah. How this line indicator that I use here to push stuff to from my bookmap or to bookmap from my RT. They have a deal where you can pick up drop in your subscription to Mentor Q, and it, I guess, plops all of those levels on your bookmap. I think I know I showed it to you the other day. I think there's another much more expensive add-on for Bookmap that talks about being able to push the GEX levels based on the Mentor Q data. But it was expensive. I was surprised when I saw it in this line indicator thing that I bought a long time ago. But that was not much money. That thing was like, I don't know, 40, 50 bucks or something. But to buy it for straight up. Now, of course, everybody's going with the subscription model because that's inactive income. I'm sure they all are, but I was just surprised that the indicator I had already bought, whenever they upgraded it the last time, I don't know, because I had never looked before. I noticed they'd added a place where you could put in the AP code and whatever for Mentor Q, not Spot Gamma. And then there are other add-ons that just, do something similar. That's this add-on where you see these lines here in the Bookmap. What I've been able to figure out how to do is just the code that gives this the data. I figured out how to add what I wanted to from Bookmap to push over here. And that's how I've got the GEX stuff over here. Now, having said that, right here, maybe there is a Spot Gamma thing down here I just didn't look at. No, see, Mentor Q integration. They've added that. It didn't used to be. It just used to be Cloud Notes stuff. But I did Google something about it, or went to the Bookmap marketplace, whatever it's called, where you get these add-ons, and I did something about GEX, and there's several that show up. Some of them expensive, $300 a month, and then you got to buy the data on top. So I don't know how that works. A lot of people making a lot of money, I guess. Well, we're about as close as you're gonna get to where we started. I have to get my mind back the way it used to be, where stops were just a function, and when there was a setup, boom. I don't know what the hell has happened to me somehow. It's not good. It's terminal. Well, I'd like them to go down to the Gex flip and see what the hell happened, just for something to do. That's a long way down there, if I've got this right. Yeah, the Gex flip is at 77.5. So another 50 points, which I certainly wouldn't expect to happen, but I can't say that I have noticeably recognized when those behaviors were supposed to happen, except maybe that's what's going on now. When we got all crazy up here, and then the dealers had to start selling to balance their delta, and that's what's caused this pullback. That's what they say. It dampens the market, and typically in a positive gamma you have failed breakouts and whatever else. They sell the rips and buy the dips. And in the negative regime, they sell the dips and buy the rips. The opposite. They magnify the move in the negative. As I read this, I have no clue. I'd like to watch somehow that happen. And see, okay, here they come. Oh, look at them go in there, step in and start selling them. That would be interesting to see. I also noticed something on that Tunaki trading site where they talk about that data is available from Tasty Trade and the Thinkorswim platform. So, which would surprise the hell out of me if it were not. But you know, supposedly it's there. This gamma stuff, Gex stuff. Granted, I didn't spend a lot of time going through that. I did, you know, pay attention to it long enough to figure out the name, as you had said. You thought it was in that deal, so I did that, and then I went and looked at the site a minute just to see how much they charged and all that stuff. Well,
Yeah, here you go. Gexbot. This is the one I said was that original thing I watched from $300. This is the original one that I think powers both of them. Both. Obviously, I don't know what I'm talking about really, but I think is from what I remember hearing, this Gexbot is what they both, where they both get their data. So that's what would throw this on Bookmap. Different visualizations. Oh, wait a minute. What's this all about? I don't want that doing that. Why is that doing that? And I certainly never have that lower pane all opened up like that. Look at that thing. Oh, this is lifetime license, $300. So I guess you do buy it once. It's not a... Yeah, you can buy the lifetime. So there you go. But you still have to have the API from these guys. And this is just that bar story without the names, I don't think. Or the strikes. I don't know what this is supposed to do. I thought you were supposed to be able to jump around down here, but maybe not. Oh, I guess maybe that's it. Ooh. Yeah, well, anyway, there you go. That's the Bookmap story. Gexbot. That was the thing that one of the first original YouTube deal that I spotted, where the guy had the candles that changed color by volumes. He had built this thing over, and I think he's the guy that built Gexbot, I think, and that's also what FT71 was touting on their platform. Whatever it's called, the new thing, the new brokerage he's got, Convergent Trading or whatever it is. That's based on Gexbot also. What's going on here? Boy, you just don't want to play nice, do you? A bitch. Thing, you are really starting to irritate me. There we go. Leave well enough alone. Jesus Christ. Ridiculous. Well, here's the VPOC mid or VWAP. Pretty much the bottom of the profile today also. I didn't think about it, but did we have any another one of those missing TPOs? I'm guessing that I thought it was an anomaly because there were two of them side by side at the same space. But here's another one down here. So maybe it's just a fact of literally it jumps clear over a price. That doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, but okay. Would never see it on Bookmap, of course, but right here is the one I'm talking about today. Here's yesterday. And yesterday and the day before, right at the same spot. So I was thinking that was maybe just an error in the calculation, but now here's another one down at the bottom. I was looking for a single, thinking, well, but we didn't have any doubles down here. I think Mentor Q is built on GexBot, I think, isn't it? I think that's the ultimate thing. The GexBot is what pulls the data out of it, and these other guys put the front end or not. So I don't know. That's one more thing to look into. What is- AI says MQ doesn't use Gexbar. Oh, well, there you go. Now, I would probably put a little more weight on the fact that MQ said they didn't use Gexbot than the AI, but I suppose it knows. I'm amazed with what stuff it knows about IRT, for example. So. So isn't it true? What does it say Gexbot is then? Is it a program that like Spot Gamma or Mentor Q? I didn't realize that. I thought it was like the data source, you know, like SQL or whatever. And yeah, I can Google it myself. I know. Sorry. Well, there's another migration down according to my IRT. It hasn't happened on the book map yet. Something's weird because I bet I know what it is. Huh. Yeah. 7802 half is the 7802. I said, guess quarter is the POC, but not on book map. On book map, it's price check at aisle 3. Tom would be so happy. Oh, he's busy streaming. Well, it would be pretty freaking amazing if they get a double IB, wouldn't it? Nothing would surprise me on a day like this. With this market, nothing. Other than my useless skills trading stuff. Yeah, the volume's up to 63 now. It was 45-ish right at the open, or just a little after the open. Which is still pretty pathetic, but Let's see what that says. Where am I? Okay. Okay. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing I want to figure out too. Exactly. And you know, we've obviously I've only got this trading view thing, but remember a couple of days ago we watched how violently it was bouncing off that right down to the Gex flip, and then zoom, it went the other way, and yeah, all of the stuff that you read about that says what they're supposed to do. So that's exactly why I think it's valuable. And when I can get a more professional one, assuming that it's got benefit, that's what I'll do. But yeah, it's been pretty amazing. It was the other day. Here's the mid, and it seemed they can't get it below the mid to save their freaking life. Right here. Boom, 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 boom. And I wanted to get one more down, and then this guy's got 2 profit targets there. But yeah, it's that's I think the benefit of it. That's, or at least what I believe and expect, that it gives a place to think about reaction. I'm more amazed that 2 levels my software was flashing worked. Okay, well, you're talking about ATH, right? I'm assuming, or maybe not. I don't know. Oh man, I'm emotionally sapped. I guess tilt would be the best way to go. On, I would say. Let's see, what was I going to do? Oh yes. Okay, so see if this thing will actually work now. There we go. Hell, I thought I had a chart here once upon a time yesterday. What I was doing, it took me a longest time to figure out these little guys along the side over here. I can't just put up a normal freaking chart. Doesn't look like. What's this? Footprint, candles, transparent candles. There was another one I had somewhere around here. Oh yeah. Oh, this looked different today than it did yesterday. And then you can do, oh no, it goes away. Huh. Whatever I had done where I had those things over here on the side, I could change. Like, how do you edit this thing? How do you edit this chart? That's what I have a hard time figuring that out. Yesterday, oh wait, no. Yesterday I had a thing showed me that this, there was a way to edit the different charts, and I had it doing the footprint with the delta and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. I'm sure there's probably just a lot to it that and this is supposedly full featured version, delayed 15 minutes, but I'm not so sure how much of that I believe. Ooh, baby. Yeah. Oh, so it was the footprint where you get all this stuff over here on the side. That's what it was. Don't want the volume TPO, I don't think. Don't think that thing at the bottom's a big help. So this, yeah, okay, this is their footprint. So I had some deal going on here that I was monkeying around with. It was kind of cool. Bid ask, delta, delta, volume, delta, delta profile. Yeah, I'm sure it is, as long as once you figure out where you're going. I'm not sure what that did, but anyway. Somewhere or these, where or another, I had this. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Once I figured out what I needed to do about the password story, it was made a big difference. Delta colored trades histogram. How do you get the frickin' numbers off of there? Yes, mercantile exchange. Oh, okay. Draw border, scheme, delta. Show text. Oh, there we go. These freaking numbers are useless. Okay, now I see all this different stuff going on here. Okay. So bid ask delta colored. Mm-hmm. Okay. There's something else. Let's see this thing here. Delta profile footprint. Oh, that's what I had going already. I think. Looks like it. Yeah, I think you can probably achieve what you want. I noticed that Anastasia had a pretty much normal looking chart, in my opinion. And I suppose there's 8 bazillion freaking different kind of indicators, which is good for them. Okay. We're not ever anywhere near 20 on my side. It's down around 7. So 20 is the previous POC, or almost. Here. They got up to the mid and turned around and heading down. And the current POC is down here at 04 on the MES. Save and close. All right, there you go. It's nothing spectacular here, as you can see. It's just part of every one of these distributions, and it happens to be pretty close to a previous POC, just a little bit above it, 3 ticks below it. Right there. And again, I don't know how I would use this delta. I mean, it's just buying and selling and buying and selling and buying and selling. Okay. Yeah, that's what it did. All right, it went up. I do think the probability of them going the other way. Hey, Magic, what's up, my brother? Yeah, I'm sure you're happier than a pig in the mud. You want to see something really, well, not funny, but really embarrassing? Are you ready? Drum roll, please. Look at this. If you want to see about a wuss. There's my order long. There's my order short. We fluffed around in here for about, I don't know, 30 or 40 seconds. And I thought, you know, what they're going to do is they're going to one ticket and then head down. And I closed them. And there we go. You were absolutely spot on. The trade would have been spot on. I was all set up and had my orders sitting there. Really, really demoralizing, to say the least. There they are. Waited a couple of minutes, and so I got to watch the price do this stuff and seeing the POC jump around, and I thought, sure as the world, what's going to happen is they're going to one tick this level and turn around and go the other way. And rather than being, you know, for some reason, I thought taking a 20 tick stop was going to be so horrible because my stop, as we talked about yesterday, is not high and low. It's, you know, in the middle. So, or it's 20 ticks, wherever that falls. And so I canceled the orders. I just mashed close all. And there we go. So, yeah, I'm my own worst enemy, my brother. Yeah, well, I can't believe I did that. I mean, I really can't. It was a bad night for me, so I was maybe just sleepier on my bad foot. But ain't that didn't make it any freaking better. I'll tell you that right now. And all over a 20 tick, you know, because I've got the magic box. Where'd it go? I got the magic box. This is all set. Oh, in this case, it's 24 ticks. Okay, because I had I have another one that's 20. I was thinking that I was practicing with that last night. So 24 ticks on 3 of them. You know, 72 ticks. About $80 or $90. Sim bucks, you know, lucid bucks. On top of everything else. And then my reaction, because I'm, you know, emotionally on tilt after some stupidness like that, I don't even consider getting in any of these other pullbacks or any place because I'm all, you know, is this a revenge trade? Am I really reading the market right? All this stuff. So it's been a compound, and we got, you know, the Eiger sanction going on over here. What a day, huh? Look at that. Wow. And almost back to the open. Quite a session. I think not taking a trade and missing something like that is more painful in my psyche than a stop. then stops. But for some reason, I remember very distinctly thinking, "Oh, they're going to one tick that sure as hell." I thought I was going to be clever, and I was going to take the low because remember they're both down there. So instead of trading what I saw, I traded what I thought, and that was a pretty bad thought. Sure. When that tanker turned, that baby turned, didn't it? Oof.
He lie down, the blanket, and usually you put
Hair all over it. Yeah, he's been so good to me. I'll be right there, my little darling. Oh, man, it's noon already. Oh, of course, no wonder. No wonder. Well, Dalton's half back level here. He loves that one. If I understand the ABC thing correctly, the reversal, which is what I think you're talking about here, here, and here. So this point at basically 7,800 at 12:16 or 12:17 your time would be the C. And then, as I understand it, the way to trade the method to trade them is when price exceeds the center point B, that's the long. So the long was at 7807-ish or above it. Is that correct? Is that the way you guys look at them? Maybe easier on a bar chart or something over here. Let's look. Yeah, so this would be A, B, C. And then once the bar exceeds the high of the last swing, which would actually be over here, I think, that would be the long, I think, isn't it? Isn't that how it goes? And I think that the C is one of the requirements is it's got to be higher than A. So in other words, what you're doing is you're putting in higher highs and higher lows because this is exceeding the last swing or something like that. I forget. I'm sure there's a million ways to look at it. This is the 50% level of the IB and every other thing, of course. points wise, not volume wise. I should say range wise, not volume wise. Okay, 7798B, 7806C. Wait. Oh, no, wait. Okay. 98806 and C78. Yeah. Isn't that the one you're talking about? A, B, C. And then, as I understand them, the idea is that it's valid after the price exceeds B. I thought there was something about that. Maybe it's B and the nearest swing high, or I don't know. Something like that. I'm just trying to remember / figure out how those work. Hey, if it works, it works. Great. Okay. A is, ooh. Wait a minute. $8,000, 78, 7811. Oh shit, this really big thing up here. Oh, yeah, completely. Yeah, much wider idea than I was looking at. Oh, man. Okay, thanks. So the entry is just like now because it's just gotten above C. Oh no. Yeah. Or B I'm talking about, sorry. Nice. Wow, this thing is such a freaking mess. Wow. It's middle of the day. I'm going to step away here for a minute. Hold on. I see your post. Stand by. Okay. Now, whatever one you're looking at is, well, that is nice, Magic. It's 30 here, which is about 92. Yeah, I don't see any of that who's closing their stuff. It's not, you know what this thing I'm looking at is not not live or whatever. Or it is, but it doesn't do that. I guess it does in a sense, but god dang, what is with this thing? So frustrating. I guess in a sense it does because they change, you know, all the levels change intraday. So I'm assuming that the calls do, or puts or calls those other levels. I think they add the money and that stuff. If that's what you mean. Anyway, I'm gonna step away and lick my wounds. I'll be back in a flash. Maybe. Maybe not. Well, out the door the other way now, huh? Well, I wonder what's going to happen now. We've gone from one value area to the other. Something isn't right here somewhere, though. Something's completely crazy. Here's the value area high. Here's the value area low. Here we are trading. Here's developing value area low or high way down here. Something's completely goofy. Man, I'm tired of this thing. Hey, Anton. There we are. Now it's right. Oh, that was weird. looking here, standing here and look down at the developing value area low is down here below the open. And I'm going, wait a minute, what's our value area high? I'm going, wait a minute, what? And obviously we're trading right between them. Or we did. I was done it again. See that? See, it's just the, obviously that's, I guess the way Bookmap's up to something. I don't know. Now it's down here and it's supposed to be up here. A minute, just a second ago, it was up here. Oh, Jesus. Now it's back where it belongs. The second I say that, it moves. I give up. I wonder why. Or how, or, you know, something. Is this Mentor Q you're talking about, the GEX platform? Or I missed something somewhere, probably. Never mind. Where am I now? Restart this thing and see if it works. The NQ's at the highs again, knocking on the door. So I suppose the ES is going to follow suit here pretty soon. Look how closely the ES is balanced in terms of volume. This gold line is the lower side, and this gold line is the upper side. If it's right at both of those, it's perfectly balanced, according to however this thing does that math. It's that's interesting. And here we're right at the top. I mean, new high. At the 78.30s where this liquidity was, is that what you're talking about? Back to the developing or the value area high again. Okay. Yeah, it's a shame you can't. This isn't Discord. I'd love to see what your charts look like. Yeah, you know how I feel about all the bubbles and shit on the heat map, so I don't have to. I mean, that's obvious. You don't have to. I don't have to say anything about that. Well, what did they? Well, of course, Trump says he had a big win today on de minimis exemption at the U.S. Court of International Trade. I'm not sure what that is, but it's the only thing I see posted by him on the. It's on the Squawk Box on Financial Juice, but it's from whatever his thing is. What's his thing? True Social. Here we go. What order flow indicators do you use on ATH? Just out of curiosity. Okay. Are you talking about the GEX POC? Do you mean the GEX flip or point of, what is point of control? Isn't that point of control? Yeah, this thing doesn't have a GEX POC, so I'm not sure what. There's a GEX mid, but that's down below us always. I don't know, but thanks, appreciate it. Absorption and imbalance indicators. Oh, cool. Yeah, well, we have 78.30 and 78.35 are the next, liquidities here, and let's not forget the right here happens to be also the previous RT all-time high, so I came through that back and forth. Okay. That crisis taken care of. What is that platform? Or are you talking, no, you're talking about the Gex one, right? Yeah. Anyway, I don't think I know which one you're talking, what your platform you're using. Other than ATH, of course, which I definitely. All right, what happened here? Is it 2:30? Yep. Okay, well, yeah, so we had one hell of a to the moon, Alice, off the open here this morning. I was positioned properly and didn't execute it right. So there we have that. And we're back up here at the highs again. So they're pretty happy with these new all-time highs. This was the RTH all-time high from the 5th. And here was the ATH all-time high from early in the morning of the 5th. Now we're going to be up here today at 36, 38 half. And we're not done yet, it doesn't look like. It's IRT, which is a basic charting package that doesn't seem to want to work much anymore. It's got a 27-second lag again. I just restarted it. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'll probably reboot this machine tonight. These are the micros. Here we are in the higher time frame or micro composite for the micro ES. These are daily candlesticks of the RTH session. So here you can see, here we were all week, last week and this week, and here we are today. Because the PPI wasn't bad enough, I guess. Which will embolden the folks to keep doing what they're doing. So there you go. Got right up here again at another high on the, this is not all-time high, but a new high of day on the NQ. And backed away from it. That was kind of interesting. Very definitely, this is very definitely short covering or buying here on the NQ. Not so on the ES. My Gex stuff, which is the freebie here on the flip, is 77.5. Call wall is up here at 78.5. And mid is, of course, in the middle. Max pain and the put wall was down below us down here. Let's look at the snooze for tomorrow. Here was our reporting in our news today. Wow, look at tomorrow. Oof, we got the Michigan numbers out at 9. A retail control, there's one I don't know. Retail sales, that's a biggie. That's a 3-store and core retail. Tomorrow. Plus the usual Michigan numbers and the CFTC stuff. This is investing.com. It's free. Anybody can use it if you want to. It's filter for wherever you are, whatever time zone reports you're interested in. And I like it because it gives me something easy to screen grab and snap, and it's easy for me to read. If you notice that the event title of each turns into a URL when you hover over it. So if you don't know what core retail sales are month over month, you can click on that and go find out all about it. And again, I think I mentioned, but it's free, and I leave it that way so that anybody can have access to it that is interested. You know, and if you want to pay for it, I'm sure they'd be tickled to death to have you do that. Earnings. We are in earnings season, but it's been kind of winding down, and I think we still have NVIDIA left, but that's next week. Applied Materials was today after the bell. This little moon is after the bell. The little sunrise over here is before, obviously. Tomorrow. Really not much of anything. And the other news source that I use for varying reasons is Financial Juice. They have a similar calendar and up to the minute kind of squawk box. They're fairly current. That's where I just picked up this thing about Trump and the de minimis, whatever the hell that means, exemption. If it's a great win, that means it's gonna be painful to people, I suppose. I don't understand the thinking, but that's why he's president and I'm not, I guess. And here we are tomorrow. Now, one thing about Financial Juice that is handy in today's market environment and political environment, there can be random things that have present a huge political risk to our auction. And I believe that the first fundamental goal of a trader these days is to preserve your account and then to grow it, obviously. So the fundamental way to preserve your account is risk management. So if you don't know about a risk, it's pretty hard to manage it. And they will pull some of those random things in, or you'll see something Trump is going to be talking down here, or there'll be some random press conference or something that pops up that's not an economic report and would never show up over here on investing.com, but it might have a risk potential for our auction. Nothing to do with politics, it's just the truth. And this is where we're going to get the market on closing balance at 1450 every day. So this thing doesn't want to work right anymore. Look at it. It's still falling over. I'm not sure what the problem is. But I did do some changes when I was following the AI suggestions to minimize and allocate stuff. And I've noticed a problem with OBS on a change that was made. I record the stream, obviously on YouTube, and it's all obvious. It's also recorded, not the chat side of the YouTube stream, but the stream coming out of my machine is recorded and stored locally. And a couple of times, hi baby, I changed the recording format was changed, and I've noticed a couple of days where it's ridiculous. Instead of being 10 gigs, it was 60. So I just deleted them because I know that's completely wrong. So something wasn't happening correctly. One or two markets. Okay. Okay. Hey, Panda. Well, good. Let me know how it turns out, or what it looks like, or what it's called, or something, and I'll check it out. And whatever. Good luck for you. I hope it works out for you. Well, what a day. Hi, baby. Yeah, you okay? Okay. Another crisis averted here. Whew. What happened to the damn music? I know I picked it. Maybe I didn't. Yeah. Yes. Maybe I didn't click on. Maybe I didn't click the go button. This is just really annoying. See what the hell's going on with this stupid thing. Here's the part I really don't understand. The task manager, right? My IRT is falling down, lagging and everywhere. 9% CPU, 33% memory. Period. I really don't get it. And this is IRT. I mean, look at the memory being sucked up by Bookmap. 3.9 gigs, right? I don't get it. I really don't get it. And even OBS isn't using a hell of a lot. I don't know. Something's got to be wrong. And especially when you take into consideration that what's our volume now? Now it's 67%. 67%, you know? It's still 33% off of 100%. Oh, off of normal. That's crazy. I haven't added any indicators, any tabs, any charts, anything. So I'm pretty surprised. I'm pretty mystified by it all, which isn't a hard thing to do, I guess, but I'm still thinking back on that goofy text thing. You know, if I don't comment on some text you send or anyone in here, let me know. Like the story this morning with your text about the Minther Q thing. It's bizarre. But, you know, I have just the only possible way I have to know if anybody, you or anyone said anything, is what the text says. But yeah, it doesn't say anything. It's like, I don't know. Well, there was the market on closing balance. Not much of a reaction here. What do you suppose they're going to be today? The last 2 days in a row, they've been sell side. What do you think today will bring? Well, pretty low buy side, but pretty low. 7 million buy side on the S&Ps. 439 million sell side NAS. 85 million buy side Dow, and sell side 202 million Mag 7. Yesterday they were all sell side except Dow, which again is just kind of sort of in there. The S&P is not that 7 million contracts is a sneeze, but when you generally see billions over here, it's kind of It's kind of a sneeze. Well, there we go. Now we're going to take it into the top of the hour, and I'm going to try to figure out what in the hell I'm going to do to turn this boat around, or sell the boat, or do blow the boat up, or do something to it. Yeah, this is outrageous. See something here. There's a session prices is the killer here. That seems to take, well, it doesn't take huge time, but it's 264 millisecond to calc. The rest of them are all basically nothing. And that's, of course, the one thing that I rely on heavily, actually. What the hell is all of this? But they're all less than 2 milliseconds. I mean, I don't think that's holding anything up, but these are these values over here. This is session prices. And this one here that's taken so long is the one that pushes the values to Bookmap or Cloud Notes or wherever. I really don't know what to think. I think it's about done, and I guess I'm not too disappointed about that. I'm pretty disappointed about the day and what I'm going to do going forward, but it's a big question. A source for, 3 o'clock in the morning panic wake-ups, but other than that, not much going to happen more today, that's for sure. Right there, boy, that is something else, isn't it? That was my entry. Long. Wow. And the funny part about this is, if you look at this entry right here where that was, that canceled order, to this moment, it's never taken any heat. That's pretty incredible. Right there was the entry. To this moment, after this whole thing, it has never come back near that price. That would probably have been one of the all-time world record best entries I ever had I not clicked that button right there. Afraid of taking a 24 tick loss. Stop. And gave up all of this room. Oh, yes. And now no other attempt for that until Monday. So, try to figure out what to do tomorrow. The 13th. Oh, that's what it is. It's the 13th today. No wonder. Unlucky day. There you go. Another VPOC migration higher. 21s. You're thinking it's going to 35 here somehow or another, aren't you? To this liquidity up here, the 201 sitting there. That would be the pretty close. That would be the ultimate price check on the big aisle, I'll tell you. $30, $40, 15 seconds till the top of the hour. And there we have it, the cash close. So let's see if they get a closing swing trade or try to. RT's completely frozen out. Just now reacted. This is still the market profile chart's not trading at all. $78-second lag. Jesus Christopher Christ. I'm going to take a screen snap of this and send it to Eddie and Bill Lynn and say, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? This is non-responsive here when the window does that. This was closed a long time ago. I don't know why it's open again. There we go. Oh, yeah. Magic. Well, maybe not. Well, that doesn't look like they're swinging your trade there, my brother. They're absorbing and sweeping and doing all kinds of stuff around here, though. Get away from that thing. Oof. What in the Christ? I can't close this window. I can't move it. I can't close it. It's just completely ridiculous. Window manager. This goddamn thing keeps opening itself and I keep trying to tell it not to. I just noticed that now. We don't need that thing anywhere. As a matter of fact, like never. I've got to tell this thing how to not, I got to figure out tonight how to clear any kind of, I didn't want to get rid of that, damn it. One of this. Close. That thing still hasn't gone away, see that? Or maybe you can't see that. Again, another one. Jesus, criminy Christ. Well, there they go. Now they're breaking up there, Anton. Are you on them? Are you long on them? Have a good night, man. I'm going to go figure out what to do next for the rest of my life here. This is obviously not working out for whatever reason. I still think it's the greatest opportunity, but I can't seem to get it together lately, so I'm out of time. And now I've got to figure out how an IRT won't talk to me nice and won't play nice. Yeah, have a great one. I'll see you around. See you tomorrow, I guess. All right, so anybody forgot about the stream here. Thanks for coming by. Anton, Magic, anyone. Remember, you know, work-life balance is important. Get away from the screen, get some exercise, rest your eyes, Every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500. Risk neutral trading for the foreseeable future, anyway. And if there's a stream tonight, I will pick it up, and it'll be, it would be the Asia Orb, but I don't think I will because there hasn't been a lot of action there, and it's been pretty painful. So, but if I do, I will schedule it because I have a commitment to not take any trades off the live stream. And today I didn't take the trades on the live stream that would have made everything right. So I'll see you later. Thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. If you're new here, like, subscribe, whatever. Or go do like Anton. Go watch some MQ videos. There you go. See you later.